Can I be heard? Hello?
We can hear you, Kent. We're live.
Thank you.
As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:02 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcriptions will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website and written along with written public comment submissions. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Roll call. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call where you are attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, village, and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call. Commissioner Elaine Andrade.
Present from Imlay Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Donna Callahan.
Present from Mexico.
Commissioner Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Anthony Eade.
Good morning, present and remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Brittany Kellum.
Good morning, attending from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Stephen Lett.
Present, attending from Lee County, Florida.
Commissioner Marcus Muldoon.
Present from Lincoln Park, Michigan.
Commissioner Cynthia Orton.
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Commissioner Rebecca Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Janice Villette.
Present, attending remotely from Highland Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Commissioner Richard Weiss.
Present attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
We have 13 commissioners present. We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Lett, will you second that?
Second.
Okay.
I actually had my hand up because I have an amendment.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. Would we do that during discussion? We can now have discussion on the motion. Do you want to talk about that then?
Yeah. So we have an item on there. I'm sorry, I was trying to pull up the agenda to get the exact number, but it was to discuss the process for the notice of vacancy. I'm just wondering if we can take that off because it doesn't sound like anything on that's going to be happening in the next 2 weeks or so. And it just seems like we have time to consider that and focus on things other than mapping. So I just would like to remove that agenda item.
Any other comments about that?
We do have a,
Yeah, Director Woods.
thank you. We have a timeline that we have from 60 days to complete the proceedings. We also have to give the person who responds has to provide a notice 7 days prior to. So it's somewhat of a timing schedule. We also have to set a date for the notice between 14 days and 30 days of the receipt in terms of when the meeting will take place according to our rules. So that as much as that would be a great thing to do, I just want to make sure the commission is aware of the timelines as listed in our rules and procedures.
So just to clarify on that point, I'm not talking about taking off, and I actually have the agenda in front of me, the discussion about the notice to vacate against Anthony Eade or the discussion about the notice to vacate for myself. I'm talking about the notice to vacate draft proceedings documents, which doesn't actually have anything in it that pertains to timing of responses, timing of scheduling meetings. It's just solely about how the meeting on those notices is going to be conducted. So there's nothing time sensitive in that document. And I just think rather than have a lengthy discussion about it, we should pull it off the agenda for today. And then, we can add it in a week or so before mapping and add it on then.
Commissioner Lang.
I think she has a good point. When it comes to that, we do have a pretty full schedule and I'm sure there's going to be lots of conversations. So I would actually be okay with that also.
Sarah Reinhardt.
Hi, Commissioners. I'll preface my statement with, it is the Commission's judgment whether or not to keep this item on the agenda. But I do just want to point out regarding the amount of time that you have scheduled for mapping over a period of about 3 weeks. If you're talking about like reserving time for having this discussion or using that time for mapping purposes, I would recommend that mapping take priority during your mapping sessions, particularly because public comment will also be part of those sessions, which as we all know, sometimes can take up quite a deal of time of meeting time. So my recommendation would be to utilize as much mapping time as possible during those sessions. But of course, I defer to the judgment of the commission on your agenda.
Thank you. Rebecca, you have something else?
Sorry. I agree with her. I'm not suggesting that we should put this on the agenda for Monday. I think we can put it after mapping. I mean, from my understanding, the proposed scheduling that Edward was suggesting, was February 8th. So it's quite a ways off in the future. So what I'm anticipating is that we will focus on mapping for the next 2 weeks. When we get that done, we still have 2 more weeks before this hearings are going to be held to talk about the actual process of the conduct of the hearing. So that's exactly what I have in mind, Sarah, is that we would actually do mapping first and then come back to this document. Because like I said, it doesn't really impact anything in terms of responses or it's really just about how those notice hearings are going to be conducted.
Madam Chair, I'm not disagreeing with regards to the timing, but you also have to give the responding party, at least they have to have their notice posted a week before. So that would be a February 1st timeline, just so we're all clear. So Commissioner Zatella, if you have a suggestion in terms of how that works, because not only do you or Commissioner E need to know the notice of proceedings if this is to go through, but you also have to know when your timelines are. And according to our rules and procedures, if we meet on the 8th, the responding party has to have a response in by February 1st. So that means they're going to also need time to prepare. So it's the commission's judgment. I just want to make sure everyone is clear about the rules and procedures so that the responding party has time to submit their rebuttal.
Commissioner Zatella and then Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, and I believe that's already covered under our current rules of procedure. That is what specifies that timing 7 days before. And it's my anticipation that any hearings are going to be scheduled during those prior agenda items, the notice to vacate Commissioner E, the notice to vacate Commissioner Zatella. So we'll be setting the date for those hearings then, and then the parties at that point will know the date. But this process document has nothing to do with those dates whatsoever. So that's my only point, is that it's not something we need to discuss today. We have a lot of other things to talk about. Let's take it off the agenda and focus on the other things.
Okay, well, there's the reason why that's important. Let me go back is from 60 days from the time of the receipt, we have to be done. And I believe for Commissioner Ede, that's either the 13th or the 14th of February that a decision has to be made unless both parties agree to extend the date. So once again, I've deferred to the commission's decision. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear about the timelines that are listed, one, and then two, the recommended timeline for the proceedings was going to be February 8th, so that we would meet the 60-day timeline as listed in the rules of procedure from the time of notice from the Michigan Department of State. So that's what we have. But yes, once again, if both parties agree, the commission, as well as the person that has received the notice to vacate, we can go beyond the 60 days. The reason why the proceedings was here, so that everyone would have enough time to prepare their document one, and then the commission has a process that it can follow. But once again, I defer, and the way to get around that, if the commission is willing, is to see if both parties, the commission as well as the one who received the notice to vacate, is willing to go beyond the 60-day timeline.
And I would just comment that I don't see why that would be remotely necessary. The timeline is set out in the rules of procedure. Originally, the hearing was supposed to be scheduled by special meeting within 14 to 30 days. That didn't happen, obviously. So the hearings and proceedings have to be concluded within 60 days. We cannot decide the.
Let Commissioner Lang say what she was going to say before you guys started this back and forth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to re-stress that the document that Commissioner Zatella is talking about that's on our agenda has absolutely nothing to do with the procedure as far as it relates to timelines. More or less, all it has to do with is how much time is going to be given to present cases, how much time is going to be given to ask questions, and how much time is going to be given to come to a decision. So it's strictly how that particular meeting is going to be held and has nothing to do with the timelines of scheduling that meeting or anything else. So I think everybody needs to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, so I would just echo what Commissioner Lang said, is that this document has nothing to do with the timing or the notice. That, not looking at it today isn't going to change any of those timelines that are already in our rules of procedure. So I would formally move at this point to remove agenda item of new business. It's 6G, notice to vacate draft proceedings document.
I'll second it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Apologies for the interruption, but as there was already a motion to approve the agenda that was seconded on the floor, Commissioner Sotelo, the proper motion then would be a motion to amend the motion to approve with the agenda item removed.
Okay, so we can do a motion to amend then. Normally we call for any amendments before we ask for a motion, which is why the procedure's a little off now.
So there has been a motion to amend the agenda. All in favor
I'll
of amending
second
the
it.
agenda? What? Sorry, what?
I was saying I would second the motion.
Right, it was seconded. Yes. So all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
We get a roll call, please.
Sure.
Good morning again, commissioners. This is a roll call vote to amend today's agenda. A yes vote means that you are in favor of amending the agenda, and a no vote means that you do not approve of amending the agenda. We will
Apologies, Yvonne. Just to clarify the motion would be to amend the main motion to approve the agenda with that particular agenda item removed, which I'm trying to look up the exact agenda item.
To remove 6G?
Yes, that's
C,
correct.
C.
Okay.
C, 6C. The agenda I have, it looks like it's 6G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
G as in George.
Notice
is what
to
I have.
vacate draft proceedings document.
Yeah, that's what I have too. Is that correct, Rebecca? 6G?
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah. Are we good, Sarah?
Yes, roll call, please.
Okay. Elaine Andrade,
No.
Donna Callahan,
No.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Ede.
Given that one of the notices have to do with me, I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Brittany Kellum.
Commissioner Ede, apologies for the
I'm sorry.
interruption.
No problem.
So under your rules of procedure, abstentions are allowed due to conflict of interest or lack of information. Can you clarify which one of those you are abstaining under?
Conflict of interest, given that one of the notices has to do with me.
Thank you.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang. You're on mute.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Stephen Lett,
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon,
No.
Cynthia Orton,
No.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
No.
with a vote of 7 no to 5 yes and 1 abstention. The no votes prevail. Thank you.
Okay, then we go back to the agenda, which we have a motion and second on the floor. Edward, do you have something?
Yes, I just want to, if we can, move the Southeast Michigan Council Government's presentation to immediately after public comments. There's a time crunch there and want to be able to let them do the presentation and then leave. So it could be hopefully a issue of personal preference because it is on the agenda. It's just moving the order.
Okay, so Sarah, can you help me with how to do that
Sure.
then? Do we just,
Sure, that would be an additional motion to amend that would need to be seconded. So it would be a motion to amend the original motion to approve the agenda to a motion to approve the agenda with that item moved earlier as Executive Director Woods laid out.
okay, Commissioner Eid? You're on mute.
Sorry. I'll motion to amend the agenda to move that agenda item to after public comment.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Eid, second by Commissioner Villette to move that item up to just after public comment, which amends the agenda. Can we have a vote?
And adopt the agenda as well.
And adopt the agenda. So let's just have a show of hands, unless anybody desires
Roll
otherwise.
call vote, please.
Okay, then we'll have a roll call vote.
Good morning, Commissioners. This vote is to amend. Am I echoing to
Yes.
anybody?
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see if this makes a difference. Do I sound better now? Thank you. Watching Rebecca, her head is shaking, so I'm good. Thank you. This vote is to amend the agenda to move the item that the Executive Director mentioned after public comment and to adopt the agenda. A yes vote means that you agree with the motion, and a no vote means that you oppose the motion. I'm going to start with Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Eid,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Stephen Lett,
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
No.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Elaine Andrade.
Yes.
With a vote of 10 yes to 3 no's, the vote carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will be allowed to do so now. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you're on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. First in line to provide public comment is Dustin Witches.
That participant is not present.
Okay, thank you. Next is James Gallant.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can.
All righty, thank you very much. This is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And Madam Chair, I believe you may recall that Mike Brady instructed you to follow Robert's Rules of Order and the instructions before you convene the first meeting, Secretary of State did. Please demand the Secretary of State, Joyce Benson, be present here to fulfill her duty as the Secretary without a vote. You can't have a meeting under Robert's Rules of Order. You have to have two officers, a chair and a secretary, and the Secretary of State is it. And about today, I'd say please entertain a motion, because page 366, line 8 of Robert's Rules of Order says there shall be no debate before there is a motion with a second with to approve a specific action. So please entertain a motion to approve the final maps today. The ones that the new maps to replace the unconstitutional maps. First thing, you have to have a motion before you discuss the maps. So you do a motion to approve the maps before any debate, and then entertain a motion to divide the question so you can then maintain appropriate semblance of order consistent with our common parliamentary law in the United States of America that requires one question at a time, and all your statements shall be germane to the immediately pending question. Please don't be persuaded to follow any Marxist style consensus decision-making shenanigans. And please demand that Joyce Benson, the Secretary of State, come here and fulfill her duties. Now, the applications, the one application number 61051 is stamped for June 2nd, 2020. That is past the deadline of June 1st. Mr. Muldoon didn't answer the questions on page 7 that are required for the conflict of interest, and the application 46086 chose not to answer the required questions, just like Commissioner Lett did, just like, I believe, now you have to review, and Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Kellum all said choose not to answer on the required application questions, which means that's not a complete application, and you all should be thrown right to the curb, and then we just get new people in here again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Michael Davis.
Good morning. Not sure if you all can hear me now.
We can hear you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Michael Davis. I'm the executive director of Promote the Vote. We are a diverse coalition of leading Michigan-based organizations representing historically marginalized and disenfranchised communities across our state. Each partner organization has a rich history of pro-voter education and advocacy and is committed to ensuring that our state's voting system works for all Michiganders. And fair maps are foundational to that. In fact, it was a case brought by our core PTV partner, the League of Women Voters of Michigan, that highlighted just how badly gerrymandered Michigan state legislative maps were. A lot of that imbalance was due to the packing of voters into the city of Detroit, the same geography that sees us here now to redraw districts yet again because of insensitivities to minority voters with regard to the Voting Rights Act. Mapping is hard. We went through the process step by step, every step of the way in 21 and 2022. When you received advice regarding the VRA, our coalition members, the Michigan NAACP, Access, and Detroit Action had to have tough conversations about our next steps. In the end, we submitted another 3 sets of unity maps with the advice that you received. So while we recognize the difficulty involved in the mapping process, we also recognize the unique opportunity the commission now has to meet the mark of the constitutional amendment. The commission should evaluate and redraw the districts with consideration given to all of the mapping criteria to improve and ensure fairness. The commission can comply with the court orders to redraw the districts without impact of any adjacent districts. And it's key that any special master selected not have any history of clear partisan bias or bias that shows up in the maps created. You saw from the outpouring of testimony during your public hearing series that the people and communities of our state are committed to your success in this process. We ask again that the commission consider and review submissions from the public. Given the urgency and timeline, those submissions should serve as a resource, not a burden, and include as much supporting materials, metrics, VRA, and partisan analysis, district narratives, as to not add more to your plate. Because at the end of the day, you as commissioners should still be in control of this process of adopting the final maps. And much like our beloved Wolverines, the commission has the chance to finish the job, ensuring fairness and equitable maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Sarah Howard.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Sarah Howard. Some of you may remember me as the attorney for the Michigan AFL-CIO Fair Maps project. Welcome to those of you who are new, and also hello to Ms. Young and to Ms. Reinhardt. The Michigan AFL-CIO is a federation of labor unions representing over 1 million active and retired dues-paying union members and their families, making it Michigan's largest community of interest, representing 10% of all Michigan residents in every corner of the state, with a diversity of racial, ethnic, religious, and political backgrounds. The public comment you heard from union members and others in 2021 was overwhelming. Michigan voters want maps that have zero partisan bias and represent our communities, including in and around Detroit. It's worth noting that thousands of public commenters, especially at your Detroit public hearing, told you exactly what mistakes you were making with the advice that you had and what the results would be. We can't fix the past, but we can move forward. The federal court decision gives you an opportunity to fix some of the mistakes that were made in 2021. Time is short, of course. You should take input and feedback from the public and from nonpartisan groups to help you as you fix the maps. You can and you must comply with the court order and the Michigan Constitution by ensuring that your new maps lessen partisan bias in the original maps. Partisan bias is not a nice thing to, partisan fairness is not a nice thing to have if you can get it. It's your constitutional duty, along with fixing the districts that you're here to fix in the next few weeks. Racial justice and partisan fairness go hand in hand. You must ensure fair representation for communities of color and ensure partisan fairness.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Natalie Biename. I might be saying that wrong.
Natalie, you're unmuted and free to address the commission.
Good morning, and
Morning.
thank you for listening to my public comment. My name is Natalie B.
I can't hear you, Natalie.
Hello.
We can hear you now.
Okay, I just want to thank the commission for taking the time to listen to my concerns as a citizen of the city of Detroit, as well as a citizen of the state of Michigan. I just want to stress that maps need to represent minority majority districts.
You went out again, sound-wise.
The note.
I think there might be a weak connection.
Natalie, if you can hear us, I apologize, but it sounds like you might be having technical difficulties. You might try logging out of the Zoom and then logging back in again or dialing in.
Previously investigated by the commission for taking jobs at a nonprofit who's bragged on the website of our democracy group part engaging with the MCRC.
Let me interrupt you for a second, Natalie. We didn't hear much of what you said. Commissioner Lang, do you have something?
I was going to ask if we could restart her time one more time because we missed a big part of it.
I think Sarah's taking care of that.
Yes, absolutely. Natalie, if you're still on, you have 1 minute remaining.
Vacate Anthony Eid should be immediate. The commissioner, Anthony Eid, is under investigation.
We can't hear you again. I don't know.
Natalie, I apologize, but you keep dropping in and out. It seems to be a technical issue. If you'd like to try logging out and logging back in, we can restart your time. Otherwise, I'd recommend you submit written public comment to the commission.
I'll go on to Chris Andrews and we can come back to Natalie if she rejoins.
Hi, this is Chris Andrews from Hazlet. I'm glad to hear that the commissioners will be redrawing the Detroit House districts in the next few weeks without the imposition of a special master. It is up to voters like you, not politicians, not special masters, not judges, to do the work. It is critical that the new maps ensure Black voters are treated fairly and that the maps retain or improve statewide fairness. It is disheartening to read that accounts that the commission is dysfunctional, that commissioners are distrustful, and that your lawyer told judges that it is impossible to say whether you will put aside differences and redraw the districts. Simply put, that is your job. You must commit yourself to that. There are people who want this commission to fail. None of you can be among them. When the current maps were drawn, the overwhelming majority of commissioners collaborated for the greater good. Don't get distracted by when former members resigned, whether salaries are adequate, or by past grievances. Time is short for you to draw maps that fix flaws that unintentionally harmed Black voters. I followed the process closely enough to know that no commissioner intended to do that. If you as individual commissioners can commit yourself to working together, you must. If you have any doubt, thank you for your service and please resign so that someone else can bring a spirit of cooperation and optimism to support democracy and racial fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next is Anthony Scannell.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Commission. I'm joining you from the unconstitutional First Senate District and the unconstitutional First House District. So I don't know. Honestly, I didn't think they were too bad, but apparently they are. So, with the Senate, it was, I'll say that for the district diamond, the first and the state and the House and the Senate. I mean, the ones that go up into Oakland and Macomb County, those were spaghetti noodles. That's how the best way to put that. So in the Senate, it was the chestnut map chosen. And then I went back to the website to see what other, submitted draft plans there were. I thought, hey, if maybe you could just take a look at one of the other ones and adopt that real quick. That might be another option. Well, I looked at that. You had the spruce also for the Senate, cherry, elm, and 3 commissioners submitted maps. And they were all pretty much the same in the Senate area in Detroit. So I don't think you can just adopt it offhand, any one of those. And in the House, you had the hickory map was adopted. There was also peach, oak, pine. 3 commissioners submitted maps too. And same thing there. For the most part, all of them were the same in the House in the Detroit area. So I don't know how you can draw completely new maps without changing all the other districts or really the whole state. I mean, if you have to change the whole state, I don't think you should shy away from it. But the other thing I'm concerned about is, especially with new commissioners too added on, is you're supposed to qualify. You say you affiliate with either 2 of these major parties or you don't affiliate with. And one, I don't even, what is the measure of affiliate with a party? We don't register by party in Michigan. So what does that mean? You vote for the party? You think good things about the party? That's a good question to me, affiliate with. And you filled out the application 2, 3, 4 years ago. I don't even know how far back it was. Are you still?
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next person on the list is Stephen Liedel.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Public service as members of this body.
I'm Steve Liedl. I'm a member of the Dykema Law Firm, and I represent Commissioner Anthony Eid relating to the notice to vacate filed against him. I have a few brief comments on agenda item 6G. I agree with the substance of the document, do not object to procedures proposed in the document, and reserve the right to object to any other changes in your procedures. Procedurally, I would, though, ask the Commission to consider the following. Section 3.4E of the Commission's Rules of Procedure, which have been adopted by the Commission consistent with the Constitution, already address procedures applicable to a notice to vacate or a removal request. If the Commission seeks to add or otherwise change those procedures, Section 4.2 of your Rules of Procedures would appear to require an amendment to the rules, not adoption of another document. With the changes in that amendment identifying specific existing or new sections of the rules subject to amendment being specifically identified. The draft document before you today on your agenda does not do so. Accordingly, I urge the Commission to adopt any amendments consistent with the requirements of Section 14.2, identify the specific sections amended, and then provide at least 3 days notice prior to the meeting at which formal action on rules amendments are taken by the Commission. Next, the draft procedures document before you would appear to permit someone other than your general counsel to function as your parliamentarian. That's inconsistent with Rule 4.6, which designates the general counsel as the parliamentarian for the Commission. I'd urge the Commission to either designate a general counsel who would function as your parliamentarian or amend your rules consistent with the requirements of Section 4.2 if you seek to designate someone else as your parliamentarian. Third, I'd note that Rule 3.4E2.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Ms. Reinhardt, do we have anyone? Do we have Natalie back?
Yes, Natalie is on. So with the chair's permission, I'll restart her time at 2 minutes.
Okay, I would like to say beforehand, public comment time is not a time to attack any specific commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for readdressing my time. Certainly appreciate it. Just want to make a few comments here. You can and you must fix the maps. Your constitutional duty is right in front of you. Racial justice and partisan fairness needs to be implemented now. I understand why we want to take time out to address the Commission. We just want to make sure that maps are representing minority majority districts, that they have VRA compliance, that emerging minority voting districts of political influence are represented, maintaining communities of interest and similar interests are represented, and partisan fairness represented now. In reference to the support of the vacate for Commissioner Eid, I totally support it. Eid has previously been investigated by the Commission for taking a job.
I'm gonna stop you on that because in our rules, it states that public comment time is not a time to attack any commissioner or talk about
Point of
anything.
order, Madam Chair. I don't believe
not-
that's
I'm not-
attacking. Pardon me. Point of order. I don't believe she's attacking. She is stating things that have happened within the Commission meetings. I don't hear her making personal attacks towards Commissioner Eid. And the public does have a right to express concerns that they may have about what we have done in our meetings. Thank you.
Chair, I have a comment as well, if I may.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, a week or two ago, former Commissioner Witches called in and also publicly commented on the notice he filed against me and made comments about that against me, and he was not stopped from speaking at all. So the notice is before the commission. It's a matter before the commission. I think it's perfectly appropriate for her to offer her public comments on it because it's a pending matter before the commission. And frankly, like I said, when my notice came up, there was no objections about someone talking about me. So Commissioner Eade should be subject to the same treatment.
Anthony, do you have a comment?
Yeah, our rules are clear under section 12.4. With all due respect to Commissioner Satella, she didn't raise that concern, and I am raising that concern. Please follow section 12.4 that addresses slanderous, personal or slanderous remarks on commissioners. Thank you.
May I respond?
Sure.
Someone addressing a notice before the commission is not slanderous. Slanderous is something that is untrue. And there is a notice pending before Commissioner Eade, and the comments that she were making were truthful. He did work for Michigan Voices. He did work for API Votes. There was objections to him doing that and concerns about conflict of interest. Everything she has said is truthful. He may not like the truth, but that is the truth. And it's not slanderous if it's the truth. Truth is an absolute defense to defamation, period.
Okay, okay, Natalie, you can have the rest of your time and you may address things that are on the agenda. But
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Natalie, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to complete my thoughts. And one of the things I want to make sure to do is that I do not support Rebecca Zatella being vacated. Now, going back to Commissioner Eade, as I was making my statements, he's previously
Just a point
investigated by
of
the
order.
commission
This
for taking a
is-
job with the
This
nonprofit.
is slanderous. You know, the commission never voted I had a conflict of interest. So if, Madam Chair, I'm asking you to, follow section 12.4, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Eade,
You can vote if you want.
So we are not allowed to say anything slanderous or whatever the other word is, but I have not heard that. So Natalie can complete her statement and we will call it out of order if there is anything that is slanderous.
Okay.
sorry, I had to reset my time. Natalie, you may continue and you have 50 seconds remaining.
I just want to share on multiple occasions, the MCRC changed course and edited their maps in real time, directly impacted by our partners' public comments. After the maps were completed, the nonprofit offered Eade a job. He resigned from the position after accepting it in the wake of the commission's investigation. It's time out for all of the chaos that's going on. We need people who understand fairness and represent the community as a whole. We need folks who understand that we need maps drawn now. We don't have time for the shenanigans and the political trickery that is happening with the commission. Eade has been in the position.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for today. Please feel free to email comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever the way they choose. Next on the agenda I'm sorry, I need to get to the is the new business that we moved forward, the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my privilege and honor to welcome Dr. Xuan Liu, PhD, who is the Director of Research for the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. He's going to provide a demographic overview of Metro Detroit presentation, then open it up for Q&A. So without further ado, Dr. Liu, thank you for coming and your willingness to provide a presentation for the commission.
Thank you, Edward and Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. With me today are Srisha Opalapati, who is our demographic coordinator, and also Jeff Nutting, who is our forecast coordinator. Really thank you for the opportunity to share some information about the communities, City of Detroit and the adjacent communities. We all understand that each community is unique, but there are similarities and differences among them. Today, I'm going to use a interactive tool that we created in SEMCOG a few years ago, but updated with 2021 American Community Survey data, or ACS 5-year data, to demonstrate how we can explore some of the characteristics of these communities. Let me share my screen here. Hope you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Thank you. So the tool is called Community Explorer. It's very easy to access for everyone. So right now we're seeing SEMCOG's homepage, which is just semcog.org. So if you click on this button, Data and Maps, it takes us to the Data and Map page. There's a lot of things over there, and you can access the Community Explorer a couple of ways. One way is to go to Map Galleries to access that, or you can use these drop-down menus. The first one is about demographic. Click on that, and the Community Explorer is right in the middle of that drop-down list. So the format of this tool is on the left, you see a map that shows geography that you're interested in. And on the right are the data and graphics to show data for every community in the Southeast Michigan region. There are 233 of cities, villages, and townships in the region. And on the top, you get total population and population by 5-year age cohort for male and for female, from 0 to 4 years old to 85 plus. And by default, we're showing the region number when you open the page. On the right is the distribution of households median income. After that, those two are always on the top. After that, there are 40 additional variables for each community. We grouped them into 5 categories for population, households, internet accessibility, housing characteristics, and economic indicators. You can map all of these variables on the left-hand side. So by default, this map shows total population, but I click on that, you see all the variables that's available. So for population, you can see total population, population density, median age, and a bunch of other age variables. And then education attainment measured by percent of bachelor degrees or higher, poverty, and 4 major race and ethnic categories. So let's pick one of them to show how we can compare these communities. I'm going to pick median age. So I click on median age. Now everything is changed to that variable. And the chart for median age is also extended. Now it's bigger, easier to look at. So let's click on City of Detroit. Now the map is automatically zoomed into City of Detroit and surrounding areas. And it shows that the median age for City of Detroit is 35 years old. That means half of the Detroit population is older than 35 and the other half is younger than 35. And on the chart to the right, and you can see this bar for Detroit is highlighted with the dark orange or red color, depending on the monitor. It also shows the number 35 years old. And each bar represent one of the 233 communities in the region. So you can see Detroit is quite young, measured by median age. There are only a handful of communities that have lower median age than Detroit, and the majority of the communities in the region are older than Detroit in terms of median age. And then going back to the map, you can see different colors. The lighter the color, the younger the median age, and the darker the color, the older the median age. The colors correspond to the colors of the chart on the right. So we can see that Detroit is younger than probably 3 communities adjacent to it. For example, Hamtramck, if I move my mouse cursor over Hamtramck, it shows median age for Hamtramck is 27 years old, which is much younger than Detroit. Dearborn is 32, also younger. This little community is Royal Oak Township. This is not the city, this is the township. Median age is 31 years old. So except for, those 3 communities are certainly younger than Detroit. And then you see, the older community is much darker color. For example, Highland Park is 46 years old, which is 11 years older than Detroit. And you can see on the right side, that black bar is where Highland Park is, and it's really on the older side in terms of distribution. Goose Points are older. Goose Point Farms, 47 years old. Goose Point, 46 years old, and so on and so forth. And of course, you see similar communities adjacent to city of Detroit. In this case, River Rouge is 36, 1 year older than Detroit. Ecorse, 36. Lincoln Park, 35, the same as Detroit. And Melvindale, 36. And also, the southern tier of the Oakland County and Macomb counties, and the Harper Woods, they have similar median age to Detroit. And then the darker colors have older median age. So let's just say quick highlight about how we can use the tool to actually explore the similarities and differences among these communities. And I certainly don't have the time to go over all 40 variables, but we can pick a few others. Say education attainment, right? So that is measured by percent of adult population with a bachelor degree or higher. So I click on that. Now everything changed to reflect that variable. You can see there are similarities with the previous chart, but there are differences. Now Hamtramck and Highland Park are similar to Detroit. There's still some communities that have lower education attainment than Detroit. And then you also have really much higher education attainment communities like Farms. Now it's 77.5% of the adult residents has a bachelor degree or higher, while Detroit has 16.2% adult population with bachelor degrees. And some of these colors change for other adjacent communities as well. In the population section, you have poverty, percent of poverty. You see similar relationships between, say, the city and community to the east, Goose Points, so on and so forth, very different. Then let's There are 4 race categories: percent Asian, percent Black population, percent Hispanic population. Well, it's not a race, it's really ethnicity, and percent white population. I like to show Hispanic population here because I want to show you another way to use the tool. So now the map shows percent population with Hispanic origin. City of Detroit, you can see actually is on the high end of the distribution in terms of concentration of Hispanic population. But the downriver communities, River Rouge, Lincoln Park, Melvindale, Island Park, and Ecorse, have actually higher concentration of Hispanic population than Detroit if you map this by municipalities, cities, village, and township. I want to point out that we have multiple geographies for this tool. So, right now we're showing communities. I know that's what you are interested in, but we can also show the same information by counties. So these are the 7 counties. We can show that by school districts. So there's a school district within the 7-county area. And we can show the information by census tracts. So if I show this by census tracts, let me zoom into the Detroit area. We see the distribution actually changes. Let me switch back to community for a second here. Communities. So again, at the community level, you see some of these downriver communities actually have higher concentration of Hispanic population. But if I switch to census tracts, look at this area. So these census tracts within the city actually have much higher concentration of Hispanic population. Some of them are as high as 60%, 70%, and 50%. So I'm sure you know the Hispanic population within the city is really concentrated in the southwest side of the Detroit. Just want to point out that since Detroit is so big, we can show all of those 40 variables by census tract within the larger communities. But for now, let me switch back.
I think we have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you okay with question, Commissioner Eid?
Hi, I do have a quick question. First off, how do you pronounce your last name?
Liu, L-I-U.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Liu. This demographic information, it's coming from the 2020 census, correct?
No, it's from the 2021 American Community Survey.
Does that include any ethnic minorities that are not included in the census?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know if it includes folks of Middle Eastern descent?
That is not a census category currently for any of their measures. There is discussion about creating a new group. I think they actually have a name for it, but that's not currently implemented.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for the question.
Commissioner Callahan?
Hello, my hand was up first.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. Is that, who said that? Commissioner Wagner?
Commissioner Wagner, yes, through the chair to Dr. Liu. My question is the information that this tool provides us significantly different from Autobound Edge? And what is the purpose of this presentation? Thank you.
Edward, maybe you can.
Thanks, I can answer that. We have new commissioners, Commissioner Wagner, and from the court proceedings that we heard last week, we just wanted to provide an overview of some of the demographic information in Southeast Michigan for commissioners to consider when it comes to mapping. So this is just an overview of the neighborhoods, the adjacent neighborhoods to Detroit. So you can see the similarities and the differences as relates to communities of interest when it comes to mapping. And Dr. Liu was came at our request, my request, to come and share this information with the commission for its consideration. He is not with Audubon, they're independent. They're a regional group, planning group that has this information that speaks specifically to the Southeast Michigan.
I just want to know if the two coalesce at some point, if we can merge the two programs together, if the information is so significantly different from those little dots that we all used. So that was my question.
Okay, let me look into that for you and I'll get back to you. Would that work?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Callahan.
I would just like to ask a question. How are we supposed to think about this estimate margin of error? Sometimes that's pretty trivial on the graphs and sometimes it's pretty significant. So how do we account for that or think about that?
Maybe I can address that question.
Yes, please.
So we show margin of error for each variable for each community. For example, right here, you see the percent of Hispanic population for city of Detroit. The value is 7.8%. The margin of error is 0.3% plus or minus. So, that's the confident interval. So if you add or subtract 0.3% from that 7.8% is the confident range for that variable, right? So for a large city like Detroit, the margin of error is relatively small, as we can see, because the sample size is larger. But the margin of error is bigger for small communities. Let's see, I'm clicking on really small one, which is the Royal Oak Township. It says the value, Hispanic population percentage, is 1.1, and the margin of error is the same, 1.1%. So the range of the percent of Hispanic population for that township is somewhere between 0 to 2.2%. So it's not as accurate or precise as Detroit, but it still gives you a ballpark number for that variable. Does that help to answer that question?
A little bit. I just think it's something that some of these graphs have very little margins of error and some of them it's quite substantial. So
sure.
I don't know if that, how that plays into how we use that data. It's just something to be aware of, I think.
Yeah, just need to be aware of it. I mean, there's nothing is absolutely precise, right? You just have to take that into account.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner Callahan, your hand is still up. I assume you don't want to talk again. Do you have other parts to show us?
Just show a couple of more variables in different categories, right? So we have other variables for households, including total households, household size, households with senior, households with children, household without vehicle availability, which are really the transit-dependent households. When you look at the household size, it shows some different pattern here. Like on Detroit, so we saw, the difference between Detroit and some other communities between them and the Grosse Pointe, for example, right? But for that variable, you can actually see similarities between city of Detroit and those communities. So city of Detroit household size is 2.53, meaning we're like 2.5 persons per household. It's the same number for Goose Point communities. 2 Point Park, 2.51, Goose Points, 2.48, and Goose Point Farms is 2.48. So what I'm going to say is really comparing communities is very complex issue. There's no one magic number you can use. Looking at different variables from different perspectives probably gave us a more comprehensive view about the similarities and differences among these communities. Just to complete the variable list, we added internet accessibility during the pandemic because access to broadband so critical now for everybody, for work, for education. We have housing variables as well, vacancy rates, tenure, and different type of housing, and number of economic indicators. If I can just show one of them, let's say Detroit has a lot of jobs and job density is also high. Detroit job density is 3.78 jobs per acre. There are other employment centers and some adjacent communities actually have higher job density. Say Southfield is 6.85. So really, I'm not intending to show more of the variables at this time. I do want to point out one more thing is that this tool is really just one of the tools we have to look at these communities. We always try to have our data available for each community. There are members. Just want to point out one other widely used tool we
Okay,
have.
before you leave this one, I see that Commissioner Curry has a question, just in case it's about this tool.
Sorry, I can't see people
Okay.
on my screen. I'm sorry.
It's really a comment. Dr. Liu, I can't see how this would be up to date even with now, because in the past year, my whole neighborhood has changed. We have an fluctuation of Mexicans and everything. So I'm sure it's not only in my neighborhood, but in the whole total Detroit. So Detroit would be off concern, considering your documents here. The new population has changed. I mean, the population has changed so drastically in the past year since we've been mapping that we need to do a whole new study on Detroit.
Yeah, that's a good question, a good comment. The data is a so-called American Community Survey data. This is a survey conducted continuously by the Census Bureau. So they publish 2 data sets each year. In September or October, they publish their 1-year data collection. So for example, September 2023, they published the data they collected in 2022 for larger communities, Detroit included. And then in December, November sometimes, they publish another data set, which is a collection of previous 5 years survey data. So you get larger sample size, so you can have a reasonable smaller margin of error for smaller communities. So we are using the 5-year data set from ACS for this application because we want to have information for every community, right? For smaller communities, you only get data when you have 5-year information. You can't get that information for 1-year information. So what we're seeing here is the 2021 release of the 5-year ACS data. So those are the data collected in the previous 5-year. The latest release they just released last month is the 2022 information. We are in the process of updating this app with that information. So it's not real time, but is the most updated information out there possible.
And I just think that it's still going to be way off when you consider what has happened in the past year and a half here in Detroit. I mean, it's everywhere. Detroit has changed its looks, and this data would not come up to date to me. But that's just my saying.
Thank you.
It looks like we have another hand up. Commissioner Wagner.
Through the chair to Dr. Liu, this looks like fantastic information. I wish we'd had it originally so we could have coalesced the two programs together. But through the chair to Director Woods, is Dr. Liu being compensated for his time here today, please?
No, he's here as a volunteer and as a service to the commission on behalf of Southeast Michigan Council of Government.
Thank you for that, Dr. Liu.
Thank you.
And yeah, you can go on
Okay.
to the other things
Thank
you're
you.
showing us.
Just maybe 30 more seconds. Just want to show you that we have other tools that could be helpful to understand these communities. For example, at the top of the page, there's a link to community profile. So community profile is probably the most widely used application we have at SEMCOG. So if you click on that link, it brings you to the community profiles. Because we select City of Detroit, it automatically opens the community profiles for City of Detroit, and you get more information about people, more detailed numbers and graphics about economy and jobs in Detroit, housing stock in Detroit, transportation in Detroit, and environmental and land use data for Detroit. And again, we have that information for every community in Southeast Michigan. For example, let's say if you want to see Harper Woods, you can select Harper Woods. Now everything changed to that community, City of Harper Woods. And you can go back to the Community Explorer from here very easily too. Click on that button, Review Community Explorer Map. That brings you back to the Community Explorer. So that really concludes my presentation for today, and I would be happy to answer any additional questions or hear your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be helpful to us. Commissioner Eid.
I do have a question, but I think Commissioner Wagner's had her hand up. I'm not sure if it still is or not.
Oh, I don't see it. No.
Nope, for once you didn't. You guys got it right.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Liu, for that presentation. I do think it's helpful, especially for our new members to this commission. This is kind of the type of data that we had to sort through using our mapping software in order to create districts. And as you can see, there is quite a lot of data to go through. I do have a quick question. Is it possible with this software using the ACS data, which, we have to use the census data, but the ACS data, given that it's more recent, might be a little better. So I'm just wondering if there is a way to localize the data in a way that reflects the districts that we drew. Like, can we input different geographical areas into this software in order to get a result for districts, or is it how it's displayed here, regionally through cities, counties, townships, stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the right person to address all of that. Just add my 2 cents to that. Most of the data we see from ACS actually are not available in decennial census. Decennial census has the basic demographic information about population, household, and housing unit, but all of these socioeconomic indicators are not in decennial census. They were in the so-called long form of the decennial census before, but now they really separated the so-called short form and the long form. And the long form basically, including all these socioeconomic information, are only available through ACS. And the smallest geography for ACS data is census block groups, which is a collection, 5, 6, 10 of the blocks data. I'm guessing you use block data for population, voting age population, things like that. So the geography available for these information is somewhat larger than what you have from the decennial census, but it could be helpful.
Okay, but let's say I wanted to geographically localize that data. Like, let's say I wanted to get the socioeconomical differences of a district that we drew. Could we upload or overlay our districts onto this software in order to get it? Or is it just how it is?
You can overlay that, although there might be some mismatches because your district, my understanding is based on census blocks, and this information is based on block groups. So there could be boundaries cutting through the block groups, so you don't get an exact match between ACS data and your district data.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Fink, do you have your hand up?
Yes, just a quick comment. And thank you for this very interesting information. And I've always been impressed. I think we all have been impressed with the hard work that SEMCOG does to create and make available to the public so much data. I want to be certain that the commissioners understand that, notwithstanding the public availability of this information and the fact that it's being presented right now and explained to us right now, there are some aspects of this data that should not be accessed or used in any way in your analysis. As some of you may have noted, there's specific race data in this, and I'm not giving you guidance right now on what you will be able to do or what you should be doing in the map drawing process. We'll be doing that later. But what I want to say for now is please, please, please do not start accessing this SEMCOG data to evaluate or use this for any kind of map drawing or map analysis that could possibly include or consider the race data which is available here.
Thank you, David, and good to see you here. I'm definitely not an expert on redistricting, so your comment, I think, is very valuable. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Director Woods, does that complete that?
Yes, that completes the presentation. Thank you again, Dr. Liu and your team for bringing the overall demographics of the area as provided in the American Community Survey. Greatly appreciate you and your time, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
So now we will move back to unfinished business. So number 5A is the AG case update. Without objection, I will ask Legal Liaison Commissioner Steve Lett to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Lett. But let me just say, Mr. Fink, your hand is still up. I don't think you mean to have it up.
I do not, but I'm rather old and I do things like that.
I think Nate will give us an update on the AG case.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I can provide an update on the status. I think you've all been receiving our emails that we've been sending, the orders that have been coming through. Since our last meeting, immediately after the commission authorized instructed the legal team to file an appeal of the court's decision. The legal team went ahead and prepared and filed a notice of appeal in the district court and filed an emergency, a motion to stay in the district court, which was shortly thereafter denied, and has just filed 2 days ago an emergency motion, the United States Supreme Court, requesting a stay of the district court's decision, and primarily focused on the injunction, and requesting that the Supreme Court enter an order staying the injunction. In a parallel track, on Friday of last week, there was a hearing held by the court on what's called the remedial phase. And the court has entered an order ordering the commission to produce a map for the state house districts that were struck down by the court by February 2nd. And the court indicated that it would issue a separate order as it relates to the state Senate districts. The court indicated in that order that it was denying the request of the plaintiffs in the AG case to compel and order the Secretary of State to hold special elections in the Senate districts that were struck down. So the court denied that request and indicated there will not be special elections held in 2024 on the state Senate districts that were at issue in the case. That's where we're at procedurally. I'm not sure. I know that Kate McKnight is on the call, and I believe there was going to be, I'm looking for her on the.
I see her name.
Where it's here, okay. But there are legal decisions that need to be discussed, and litigation related matters that need to be addressed. And it's the recommendation of the legal team that the commission go into a closed session to discuss those issues. I'm not sure if this is and I could look over to Edward here if this is the time in the meeting that we were hoping to do that. I think it was.
Yeah, Commissioner Lett.
Yep. Yes, I would move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated by Attorney Fink, to allow Baker to address some of the fine points of the order.
Yeah, and if I could just be clear, the purpose of the meeting of the closed session is exclusively to discuss the pending litigation, the AG matter, and that would be the exclusive purpose of the closed session.
Okay, so we have a motion to go into closed session to discuss strategy in the AG pending litigation. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Eid. And let's do a roll call vote.
Good morning, commissioners. The roll call vote.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No
I
problem.
forgot. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? I forgot.
No problem.
Okay, seeing none.
Commissioner Wagner's hand is up. Commissioner Wagner, if you
Oh, it
can
is?
change that color to yellow, it's like a
Yeah,
brown.
unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment. I am honestly just sick to my stomach. But my question is, it sounds like y'all knew we were going to go into closed session, and why wasn't that on like the notice? Hello, we might be going into closed session today.
Does anyone
Any one of you
have
can
comment?
field it.
Commissioner Curry.
Okay, I can speak to it. Like, it's, I mean, it, again, we have this very active pending litigation. We think the time is of the essence that the commission discuss issues related to the pending litigation. So it's, Commissioner Wagner, it's clearly our recommendation that we go into this closed session so that the commission has the opportunity to discuss this pending litigation with its litigation counsel.
Absolutely understood, but it would have been nice to have prior notification. Thank you, Mr. Fink.
Any other discussion? Okay, vote please.
The motion is to move to closed session to allow counsel to discuss pending litigation regarding the AG. A yes vote means that you approve going into closed session, and a no vote means that you do not approve going into closed session. I'm going to start with Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Ede.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Stephen Lett.
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella.
So I'm going to vote no, but I just also want to comment. Someone's microphone, it sounds like we're getting a lot of background noise and it's sometimes hard to hear. So if everybody could just kind of keep themselves on mute when you're not actively talking, that would be appreciated because there's just someone's sitting somewhere where there's a lot of background noise. Thank you.
Janice Villette.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Elaine Andrade.
Yes.
Donna Callahan.
Yes.
With 10 yes votes and 3 no, the motion carries and it's approved. Thank you.
Okay, so normally at this point, I think we switch over to a different Zoom link. Is that correct, Ms. Reinhardt?
Correct. Executive Director Woods will circulate a link to join the closed session. So you will log off of this Zoom meeting and you will join that one. You can look in your emails for that link, which will be circulated shortly. This Zoom will remain open. So when the closed session closes, you will all return to this Zoom meeting. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them and assist.
Thank you. Okay, so we can all reconvene on the other link.
So we log out of this, log into the new one, right?
Right.
Correct. Hi, Commissioner Curry. This is the main session. I'm not sure if Edward has circulated the link yet to the closed session. So you may log out and wait about 5 minutes or so for a new email to appear with the new link. Commissioner Curry, it looks like Executive Director Woods just emailed the new link. So you will click end on this session and you will find that new link in your email. It should be at the top of your email and you will join the closed session Zoom. You're muted.
So I'm still hooked up to what, the last section?
Yes, this is still the main section.
Okay, I thought I clicked out of it. Okay, let me leave it. Okay, leave webinar. Steve, have we been connected yet?
We're on. I think we're just waiting for.
Okay.
It says live at the top, so I'm assuming we're live.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Correct, we are live. I think we're just waiting for additional commissioners to join before beginning.
Okay. You all realize we haven't had a break. Maybe that's what they're taking.
Well, I just went and grabbed some lunch.
Oh, are you going to share?
I'll throw you a yogurt, Juanita.
Thank you.
I think all the commissioners are here. Are we ready to begin?
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Okay. Let's see. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 12:42 p.m. Will the secretary please call roll?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners. There we go. I'll begin calling roll. It will not be necessary to state your city, township, or county. If that information has changed, it will be necessary to share that information as I call roll. All you'll need to do is respond present if you are in the same city, township, and state that you were in when we started the meeting, the initial meeting. With that, I will begin with Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present.
Stephen Lett.
You're muted.
Present.
Thank you. Marcus Muldoon.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Elaine Andrade.
Present.
Donna Callahan.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So next on our agenda is Commissioner Eid.
So sorry, Chair Orton. I'd like to take this time to motion for a 10-minute recess.
A
We've been
break.
about 3 hours now.
A break.
Yeah, recess, 10 minutes. If anyone else wants one.
I believe if we take a recess, we have to call roll again when we come back. Takes more time. So I'm going to say we're going to take a 10-minute break
Whatever you
and
want.
we will see you in 10 minutes at 12:55. Okay, as far as I can tell, we have everyone, so we will be back from break, and next on our agenda is new business 6B mapping software overview. Without objection, I will ask Kim Brace. Let me see if I can.
Apologies, Madam Chair. We do have to call the meeting back to order and conduct a roll call after the recess.
But it was just a break. Do we have to for a break? I was told we do not.
Oh, okay, then I defer to the chair. Thank you.
Okay. So I will ask Kim Brace and Kent Stegall from Election Data Services to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Brace and Mr. Stegall.
All right, let me get myself up here so that everybody can see me and hear me. Is that coming through okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. Nice to be with you again. As I mentioned to some of you, I've been watching you behind the scenes for a number of your meetings. So, but it's good to be back before you to talk about the mapping software. I want to give you some updates on where we stand on that, what's usable and doable, and tell you a little bit about the team that we still have together for you. Of course, it's myself and Kent Stegall. John Morgan is going to be coming back on board. He has been out and not into right now what we're doing. So he called me last night and said he is around. So we'll have him here too. And then a member of my team, Ryan Taylor, who does all of our database work and that sort of thing. He's also up to snuff on Autobound and can be support for any of you in terms of Autobound's workings. We have Fred, of course. We've talked with Fred, was with us yesterday. And so we can still be heavily involved in supporting what you need, as well as showing you some of the stuff. And Ryan is going to come up to Detroit or when you have public meetings also, as is Kent and myself. So from our standpoint, let me first start off with a little bit in terms of the software. We are still using Autobound, like what you're familiar with, those members of the commission that have been with us all this time. For the three members, the new members, we're going to hold some additional sessions for you. I think Edward has outlined those in the meeting stuff for, I think, Friday and Saturday. What Kent will show you more in depth in terms of the software, but I will do a little bit of that to begin with. We have the issue that has come up, of course, which is part of your agenda today, was additional data from the standpoint of census as well as political. And from the standpoint of census data, we still have the 2020 census data. We have that because that is geographically down at the census block level. That is the only timetable that is available at the block level. Your presentation this morning from SEMCOG, you have to recognize that that's at a higher geographic level. That is the entire city of Detroit. That is the entire city of whichever or township. And so it is not available data-wise with the newer ACS at a smaller level. In order to get that in theory to be able to be at the block level, you basically have to distribute the information from that higher level on an equal basis to every block. So if we were looking at, say, left-handed Lithuanians, sorry for any left-handed Lithuanians that are out there, But that's my favorite example. If we were looking at those in the ACS data, and 65% were left-handed Lithuanians, every single block within that larger city would end up being 65% Lithuanian. Even though you know that they're all in this side of the city versus that side or whatever, that's the problem with higher level geography and trying to get that data in so that it can be utilized. Now, we can overlay things and we can try to show some stuff. You can look at some of the SEMCOG stuff at the same time we're drawing, but we're going to be using Autobound at the block level with that information. Now, we have been making some changes to that. As we've read the court hearings too, and we've talked to your attorneys. And as of right now, we've been tentatively told to just look at total population. And so that is how we've set up the spreadsheet now, that only has along the spreadsheet, the active matrix spreadsheet, if you all remember, it just has total population. So as you draw, you'll see how many people you're putting into the district and how over and under populated it is from the ideal. And the ideal is still the ideal used in 2020 census. So that doesn't change, but we'll see the deviation. But that's the only thing we would see for population. We're awaiting word from the attorneys on whether or not we would put total voting age population. That could be a possibility, but we're taking out all of the racial data because clearly in looking at what the courts have said, we probably need to not have that racial data there. But we are going to have the political data there. And so those tabs that you remember with the political data will be there with the old political data. And one of the things that we are doing now with the state and the Secretary of State is adding in the 2022 election results. We have statewide election results for November. And so they will be there for the entire state. And we are, for the primary, the state thinks that they're going to have Wayne County and the surrounding touching counties. And so for the primary data, we would have that in there too. We're waiting for some of that data. We got some late last night. We got some this morning. And so Ryan is working at how to mingle that through. We've also gotten updated precinct boundaries. So we will have the updated precinct boundaries, and they can be an overlay and they can be an assignment level. So if indeed you want to draw districts using whole precincts, that would be probably from an election administration standpoint, a good thing, because then the county clerks, town clerks don't have to make changes to precincts. So we'll provide that and have that as an overlay as you draw. Just keep that in mind, that that's one way to help out on that side. I'm going to end up, the other thing that we would have in terms of the political fairness calculations that you'll remember when we were drawing before, all of those will be updated with the 2022 election results in addition. And that will be a part of the calculations that would be there. And we can run political fairness scores as you're drawing. So what I wanted to do, and what Kent will also end up doing, is, and I'm going to share my screen. And I assume, do I have share capability?
Yes, you should have.
Yep. All right. Okay, I think you should be able to see my screen.
We can see it.
Okay, great. If you remember, Autobound has the map in the main part, and the spreadsheet down below. And that spreadsheet is tied to the geography. Anytime you move something, it changes the spreadsheet. So you'll be able to see immediately what's the impact of your line drawing. Now, from the court standpoint, you're looking at districts 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. So it is all in this area of Detroit. We noted that they did not mention District 9. That may mean that you need to think in terms of just coming up around District 9, or maybe District 9 would be usable or changeable. We
Looks like
can,
Kent wants to say something.
Kim,
yes,
13 is not included, was not with the, by the court.
I'm sorry, you're right. 13 is not included.
So 9 and 13 are not included. Okay.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's correct. Thank you, Ken. On that side, I can hardly read my handwriting. It's so small. So that does pose some interesting circumstances in terms of drawing. You're basically dealing with the C kind of draw capability if you don't touch any of the other districts. Now, we will end up freezing those other districts during some of the line drawing so that you're not accidentally grabbing something from the other district. Those districts, for anybody that played with the software before, of course, can be unfrozen. But for right now, for main plan drawing, we would certainly advise freezing these districts around the edges so that you're basically touching just the districts in here without touching 9 and 13, of course.
Commissioner Wagner has her hand up.
Yes, Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kim, isn't there a way to highlight those districts in Autobound still so that we can see those highlighted districts?
Yes.
Talking about them?
Yes, in
Thank
fact, I had up there before, well, I do have the districts labeled separately. So I've done in label and management, I have brought in the Hickory plan as an overlay so that that is there also. Of course, you can't really see that because the lines are covered over by what is drawn on top of them, but they would be there. And one of the things that we can do is we can unassign these districts 1, 10, 11, 12, 14, 7, and 8. If we unassign those and make those clear so that you could see just the outline of what was before, then that's another technique that we can do to make it easier for you to know where you could end up, pulling in territory or shifting territory. That's all doable with the software. So
Commissioner Curry has something.
yes,
You're muted, Juanita.
I'm just curious to figure out how we've learned from the past that when you start drawing lines and whatever, that it affects everything around you. So if you freeze certain areas, how can we fix it?
that is one of the interesting things and tasks you have in front of you. That's why I said that it can be unfrozen and it can be frozen. But I think that is your decisions as commissioners in how you want to do it. We as technicians can work with you and show you what's possible and usable and doable, but it's really ultimately your guys' decision on whether you want to keep it frozen or not keep it frozen.
I just don't see any way we can do it if it's frozen.
Commissioner Lang.
My comment was on the same lines as Commissioner Curry's. When we're looking at communities of interest, the first time around, there were communities that did get split. So if we're coming at it from a communities of interest perspective and doing these, locking other districts would probably be detrimental to us. Just an opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I concur with Commissioner Curry and Commissioner Lang. I don't think we should lock the districts.
Okay. Commissioner Eid.
Kim, opinion aside on if we should or shouldn't do it, we can decide that later. Is it, since all of these districts are in some way connected to each other, meaning they're contiguous to each other, is it possible to redo this map by shifting population along the districts while having the other districts locked? I'm asking if it's strictly possible, not if we're going to do it or not.
Right. Yep. Kent and I have talked about that. And Kent, you've raised your hand. Why don't you get in here? And you're still frozen, Kent.
Okay, what I was going, I'm going to display the districts that have to be edited, and we can.
I think that's what Commissioner Wagner was hoping for.
And yeah, and we're going to look at it. And I think what y'all are talking about now is what I can share. You want me to share the screen now?
Yeah, go ahead. I've unshared, so it's yours now.
Okay. Okay, can everybody see?
Yes.
My screen. Okay.
There we go. Yep.
If you look at 9 and 13, the unfilled area of Wayne, Macomb, and Oakland counties are the districts that the courts say need to be modified. You can see it's a U-shaped area. 9 and 13 kind of block it off, and there's a finger of 4 sticking out there. Now, as to whether or not you guys want to make significant changes or give yourself guide rails, for example, I might say, let's just modify, of course, the ones the court gave you, and the immediately connecting districts, which would be, this is just example, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but 2, 3, 4, 6, 56, 57, 58, of course, 9 and 13, and 62. Basically have a scope on, and I think how far you want to take it and what you want to do is really, you know, somebody needs to weigh in on what they think the courts might say, i.e. lawyers, not, I mean, from my point of view, we can do it all.
Okay, Commissioner Wagner.
Could you now highlight those areas that you just discussed? And can we see those? Or do you have that like an overlay?
Well, yes, I can. The area that has no color, the white area where my cursor flows.
Right, I get that, but then is that only what the court is talking about right now?
Right, the white area was where 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12.
Now, could you
14.
highlight those areas with what you just did with that, with the connecting areas that you said will be affected possibly?
Right.
So we can see the scope of the area we're looking at. Thank you.
Okay. So it would be, well, they're already filled. Here's District 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. I just named off the districts that are touching it, which be St. Clair Shores and Roseville are the northeast corners. This is Warren, Madison Heights, Royal Oak, Oak Park. This is downtown Detroit. This is River Rouge area, Melvindale, Dearborn. And when we go to edit it, we can highlight it or select the color of the districts, whatever works.
So I think you're saying you can do whatever it is we want to do. You're
Yeah,
able
as
to
far
make
as that goes. But
Right.
it's just what you, and collectively, what y'all, how y'all want to look at it to
Yeah.
start with. Like, I might throw out there, for example, I might, one way of looking at it is let's delete 13 and 9 so that the whole area is all compact and contiguous rather than a narrow U-shaped. That's just one example.
Thank you. Commissioner E, do you have another question?
Well, yeah, I don't think my question was answered. I'm not saying we're gonna do this, but technically speaking, the unassigned area in white on this map, is it possible to make 7 districts out of that area?
Yes.
Yes, because you already did
been
it.
done once.
Yep.
I mean, it's there. That's what I'm saying. To redraw these districts, because it's a U shape, for example, no matter what you do, it's going to be shaped like this. It's got to come, if you're not going to edit 9, then you got to come around through this narrow area. So you can change the districts, but you're still looking at,
Same
you're
population.
limited.
Right.
And you can, definitely.
Keep in mind, it's the same concept of any kind of districting. When you move in one direction, you're going to take away from the opposite direction. So as Kent was saying, District 1 could go up into 10, but then that means that the other district is going to come down and fill in the territory that you need to give up in District 1, for example. So it's a shifting back and forth between them from that side.
So this area, the unassigned area, contains 640,338 people. And which is exactly 7 districts. So, you can do it. It's just that you're limited. You still have that. And this district, Roseville, cannot be connected over here. East Point can't go through 13. If you're going to lock districts.
Thank you.
But I think we're getting into the technical part of doing this, as opposed to. Okay, I'm sorry.
Will you put your hand down, Kent, so that we
I'm trying to find my hand.
Kim, did you have more, Kim?
That's the main thing. Let's see.
Juanita Curry has a question.
The only other thing I would mention is your discussion this morning in terms of the ACS. I've already talked with the attorneys on that. They've asked me the question of whether or not it's doable to get some of that in. Technically, it might be. It's going to delay getting the political data in and delay when you could draw. But it's going to have a real big caveat to it, as I was saying before, of the same distribution over the entire area, the left-handed Lithuanian circumstances. They would be everywhere as opposed to where you might know that they are.
Okay, Commissioner Curry.
Yes. My thought is you changed everything that you see it can be in less than 5 minutes. If that was the situation, how come we couldn't do that at the beginning? If it was that simple.
Is this question pointed at me?
Yes, this is pointed at whoever just finished speaking to us.
Yeah, Kim and Kent.
Well, to both of you.
I mean, it is doable from the standpoint, particularly if you're just having total population. Now, what impact it may have, that's part of the decision point that you all are going to need to make on that side. You know, we don't have the racial data in here, but we could bring it back after you've drawn, just to see what impact
I
it might
think you
have.
need the racial data in there now before we do all that, because what you've done is something that took only a minute or so. And I don't think it's that simple.
Right. You know, I would defer to the lawyers on that side. And get their input.
We can, put everything, all the data back in it exactly like it was. There
Right.
again, this is just after the court case. How does the commission want to look at the data? That's entirely up to you guys.
And that'll be
in council.
and we will have to discuss that, Juanita. I think that'll be another discussion about how we want to move forward. But Commissioner E, do you have something else?
Yes, I had a question about the update that Kim was talking about. Is that going to be automatic, or do we have to do anything to get that update?
We're going to update the database. Now, right now, we were planning that the system would be on our respective computers. We have not talked with Edward, in terms of whether or not it goes on your all's respective computers. We need to get it first up and functioning and working okay on ours before we broach the idea of can it be ported over and how could that be done with Secretary of State staff people and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, I have a question. We are starting to map on Tuesday.
Yes.
Is it going to be ready?
That is what we were pushing for. Yes, indeed. That's why we were on the phone with Secretary of State's staff people last night, this morning, getting all of that data down here. So that's what we're planning to have by Tuesday.
Anything else?
I don't think I have anything else. I'm happy to answer any other questions that anybody might have, but I think that's the key parts of our presentation for right now.
Okay, well, I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much for sharing that with us, and we will see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, just cut down the snow a little bit, would you, please?
So next on the agenda, oh, Steve, you have something? Oh, you're muted.
I think this would be an appropriate point to make a motion regarding what the mapping is going to contain as pertains to race. And so the motion I would do is as follows. I move to establish a map drawing process which begins by all commissioners proceeding with no consideration of race and with race turned off wherever possible on any map drawing software. And after maps are prepared, there will be a VRA analysis of the proposed maps. If I can get a second, I would speak to it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Weiss.
right, the,
discussion on the motion.
Sure. The court has ordered that no race be considered when we draw the new maps. Pretty straightforward. It's in, it was said at the end of the court hearing by Judge Effledge, and it is in their order. So makes it pretty simple. We can't use that in drawing the new districts, and thus the reason for this motion.
So it's not really a question, but just a clarification. So they have ordered us, and I heard Judge Kethledge several times say, don't use race. So they want us to redraw these districts and not use race, but we still need to comply with the VRA. So we will have our VRA consultant look at the maps, the individual and the collaborative maps, I'm assuming, after they are complete, to see if they comply with the VRA. And if they don't, we'll have to make changes so that they comply. Is that?
That would be my assumption, yes.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, then I think we should take a vote. So the motion as stated by Commissioner Lett, I can't repeat all that, but, and seconded by Commissioner Weiss. So we will take the vote. All in favor, raise your hand. So all in favor of turning off race and all the things that Steve said. Raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, hearing no nays, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. So we will begin with race turned off. Thank you. So now we move on to new business. New business number 6D is the 2024 regular meeting dates. Without objection, I will ask Director Woods to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Sure. If it's okay, Madam Chair, can I start with 6C, potential dates for mapping?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I skipped that one.
Is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. We want to start mapping if we can remotely on Tuesday. Monday is a federal holiday, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. This would be a remote meetings for the week of the 15th, remote meetings. Tuesday, January 16th from 9 to 1. Then we would have a break from 2 to 6. We would do the same thing on Wednesday and the same thing on Thursday. I'm in meeting with the mappers with regards to the collaborative mapping process, starting with District 1 and going northeast, and what other rules the commission would like to have. But once again, each of the meetings on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday would be from 9 to 1 and 2 to 6. Also during that week, we have a request to the City of Detroit Neighborhood Department, I'm sorry, that will give a presentation on neighborhoods. I repeat, on neighborhoods. I will provide this presentation after the meeting to the public as well as the commissioners, but we've also been working on getting some stuff scheduled actually during our meeting so that we can be in Detroit the following week. Let me go to the next one. I want to thank the Secretary of State because we've also been working with them to make sure that we can have coverage. So thanks so much to Mike Brady, Sarah Reinhardt, Yvonne Young, and their team. Hold on. Put this over here. Week of January 22, we want to be in person, and we'll be in Detroit for that whole entire week. Once again, in Detroit, the whole entire week. During our meeting, we do have space available at Huntington Place, which was formerly known as the TCF Center and commonly known as Coble. We would start at 10 o'clock on that Monday and go to 3 o'clock, and then come back for an evening session from 6 to 8:30. That's where we'll discuss independent maps, collaborative mapping, and also hear from the public. The same thing on Tuesday, we would start at 9 o'clock, go to 3 o'clock, and then 6 to 8:30, once again, There is space available at Huntington Place, formerly TCF Center, and commonly known as Coble Hall. Thanks again to Yvonne Young. We have the Cadillac Place that's available. That would be 10 to 5:30 p.m. The reason why you're seeing times at 10 versus 9 is we have to give AV time to set up at these respective places. And we've also wanted to cut our cost in terms of being fiscally responsible. And so by going to Huntington Place to 2 days, it would take down the equipment. They're going to need time to set up at Cadillac Place. And that would be 10 to 5:30 on Wednesday, and also Thursday from 9 to 5:30. If necessary, we would have a meeting on Friday. We have the room at the Cadillac Place booked the whole entire time. Then the rest of the week, as you know, the maps are due by the court order on February 2nd. We would sure each plan complies with the 7 redistricting criteria, deliberations on which maps to move forward and to vote. If there's more discussion on collaborative maps or independent maps, that could happen during this time as well. But there'd be 9 to 1 and 2 to 6, and all of these meetings here are remote. If there's any questions, I can take them at this time.
Juanita.
Yes, the meetings at the old Cobo Halls, which is Huntington Place, I'm mighty afraid I won't be able to attend those two. I can't walk that far with 5 discs messed up in my back.
We would work on Commissioner Curry in terms of having a cart available for you. That's something that we can do and work with that Cobo.
And remote attendance is always an option too, right?
That is correct.
Okay, because, you know, we said that when we went to court and I had to get some help walking down the street. I can't do all that walking in Cobo. But that's just my opinion.
Commissioner Eid.
So how many of these are, can I just get a number of how many of these are in person versus virtual?
We have 3 that would be remote next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have 5 that would be in person the week of the 22nd. And then we have 4 that would be remote the week of the 29th of January.
Any other questions?
Not a question, but I stated this in our last meeting. It was in the chat, but just to say it in a more open forum. On Tuesdays, there's nothing that I can do. I won't be available until after 1:50. So from like 9 in the morning until 1:50, but I will do my best to attend like immediately remote on a remote basis, or get to the Detroit area as soon as I can, because I'll be in Olivet on Tuesdays. So just stating so we're clear.
Okay. Take you when we can get you. Commissioner Eid.
I do think, you know, looking back to when we were collaboratively mapping, I do think we worked better as a group when we were there in person. It facilitates collaboration. It facilitates, you know, just empathy for other people, being there face to face, and it helps there not to be, you know, talk of like secret meetings behind closed doors and stuff like that. So I would encourage commissioners that can be there in person, be there in person. Now, if you have a health issue, obviously we can deal with that. But those who can attend, I think we work better as a group when we're all there in person. So I would encourage that to the best of everyone's abilities, given their circumstances.
Anything else? So I think we need a motion to adopt these dates so that Edward can move forward on making it happen. So I would entertain a motion.
I'll move that we accept the dates as presented.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Lang, and I'll second it. So is there any more discussion or debate on that motion? Okay, all in favor of adopting these dates and potential places that Edward has stated, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. So now we will go to new business 6D, the 2024 regular meeting dates. Without objection, I will ask Director Woods to present this as well. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm sharing my screen. Hold on just for a minute. As you know, the commission did not have a meeting calendar approved. That's why we're in special meeting for 2024. We have monthly dates for right now with regards to meetings. So our next regularly scheduled meeting would be February 8th. And that's the second Thursday. And then the rest of them are third Thursdays of every month, virtually at 10 o'clock a.m. Well, once again, the only date that is not the third Thursday is the February 8th date.
Okay. Any questions on that? Commissioner Callahan.
I think as I communicated to you previously, Edward, I will be unavailable on February 8th.
Okay.
Anything else? Then I would entertain a motion to adopt these dates. Then I will make a motion to adopt these dates. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor of adopting these dates as our regular meetings for 2024? Oh, is there any discussion or debate? Juanita? Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Okay, so all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
I believe Donna had her hand up.
You have,
Madam Chair, I believe Donna had her hand up before we did all this. I didn't know if she wanted to come back on and say whatever she wanted to address.
Oh, no, I already made my statement. I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
so one more time. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail, so we have adopted those dates.
I apologize for the interruption, Madam Chair. Commissioner Lang, can you clarify your vote? It looks like you may have raised your hand for nay, but you might have also been stretching, so I'm not sure.
It was an aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is new business 6E, notice to vacate Commissioner Anthony Eid. Without objection, I will ask our MICRC legal counsel, Nate Fink, to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon, everybody. So the commission received a request for removal of Commissioner Eid. The request was received from Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Lang on December 15th. Pursuant to the commission's rules of procedure, the special meeting or a meeting to discuss that request and that notice is required to be held within 60 days of the Secretary of State's receipt of that notice. And so it's my recommendation that the commission take up that notice at the February 8th meeting that the commission just approved. So it'll be held during a regular meeting. And I think that's makes sense just from an efficiency perspective. And pursuant to the rules of procedure, the commission is required to schedule the meeting and send notice of that meeting within between 14 and 30 days from when the Secretary of State received the notice. And we are within that time frame on January 11th today. So I don't think it's appropriate to get into any sort of substantive discussion about the notice at this time. It's simply a procedural matter and a scheduling matter really at this point. So
Okay, so we need a motion to schedule it. Is that what you're saying?
that's correct. Yep, I think that would be in order.
Okay. Commissioner Lane, you have something first?
No, I was just going to motion that we schedule it for February 8th.
Okay, motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by, I heard Commissioner Lett. Okay, so all in favor of scheduling that meeting on February 8th, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed of scheduling it on February 8th, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay, just simply because I'm not in favor of anybody being vacated.
Noted.
I'm going to abstain from this again due to conflict of interest, given that it pertains to me. Just for the record.
Understood. Thank you. So the ayes prevail, and so that meeting or that, notice to vacate will we will have that meeting on February 8th.
Commissioner Orton, I see
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner's hand up. I don't know if that's
Oh, right.
intentional.
I can never see that one. Commissioner Wagner.
Sorry, I've been tanning. Crap. Y'all talk so much. It totally flies out of my head. I had a question, but I do not recall what it is. Thank you.
It'll come back. So next on the agenda, new business 6F, notice to vacate Commissioner Rebecca Zatella. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Legal Counsel Nate Fink to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Fink.
Thank you again, Madam Chairwoman. Good afternoon again to everybody. On December 20th, 2023, then Commissioner Dustin Witches submitted a notice under section 3.4E requesting that the commission remove Commissioner Zatella as a member of the commission. He submitted that before resigning from the commission. We have reviewed his notice, and it's our recommendation that the commission not take up that notice and not review it. We don't believe that it was effectively presented. Not getting into any of the substance that was in the notice. We're not opining on anything that was substantively presented, but from a procedural perspective, we recommend that the commission not take up the notice. As we indicated in the memorandum that was provided, we believe that one explicit requirement in the rules of procedure is that a notice be signed and dated, and it was not both signed and dated. And so it's procedurally defective.
Okay, Commissioner Lang, you have something?
Yes, I was going to move that we discard the papers against Commissioner Zatella for not being properly submitted.
Okay, I wonder if we need to even take any action. If we don't move to do it, then it's nothing. From my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sarah?
I don't know. It looked like Director Woods maybe was going to.
Yeah, we do need to take action.
Yeah.
Do we?
So,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so we have a
And I
motion.
concur with Director Woods. I think that the commission should take some action on it.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's second, motioned and seconded that we, I can't remember what you said, Commissioner Ling, just
Discard.
discard.
I guess.
Discard the notice to vacate for Commissioner
Discard the
Rebecca
notice to vacate.
Satella.
Thank you.
Got it, thank you. Okay, is there any discussion or debate? Commissioner Eid?
If Mr. Fink could just describe why the notice that Commissioner Witches submitted was deficient, that would be good for me.
I think he did. He said it was not dated and signed. But
I must have missed
you may
that part.
add on.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Ede, thank you for the question. Madam Chair, if I may respond.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so yeah, Commissioner Ede, I did note that, and you know, we presented our analysis in a memorandum that was provided, but the conclusion there is that our recommendation is that it would be prudent, given that defect, or we perceive to be a defect, that the commission not take up that notice. Again, not opining on the substance of the allegations and the claims in the notice itself. It's simply a procedural matter.
Okay, anything else? Okay, then we will take a vote. All in favor of discarding the notice to vacate against Commissioner Rebecca Zatella, raise your hand and say aye.
Roll call,
Aye.
please.
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call. Can we have a roll call vote on that?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second here, I'm sorry. We have a roll call vote on the notice to remove the notice to vacate Commissioner Rebecca Zatella. A yes vote means that you are in favor of the motion, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of the motion. I will start with Brittany Kellum.
I would like to abstain from this vote.
Commissioner Kellum, your rules of procedure qualify that to abstain, you must provide a reason for abstention, and the two reasons provided in your rules of procedure are a lack of information or a conflict of interest.
So I respect the explanation by Nate Fink, but I'm still a little bit unclear, as well as though I don't think we should be in the practice of vacating commissioners. I do think commissioner behavior during meetings and outside of meetings and in writing should be addressed.
Can you clarify which of those two reasons for abstention?
Both and.
No, I apologize. Which of the two reasons outlined in the rules of procedure, which would be lack of information or conflict of interest?
Lack of information.
Thank you.
Rhonda Lang,
Yes.
Stephen Lett,
No.
Marcus Muldoon,
Abstain, lack of information.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
I have to abstain due to conflict of interest.
Janice Villette,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
No.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede.
No.
By a vote of 6 yes to 4 no's and 3 abstentions, the yes approve. The motion is approved. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So next on the agenda is new business 6G, which we've already talked about, but it's the notice to vacate draft proceedings document. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Woods to facilitate this item.
Yes, Madam
Right.
Chair.
Hearing no objection, please proceed.
Madam Chair, in conversing with legal counsel, we'd like to table this item to another date.
Okay, so the item is tabled. So next is 6H, Commissioner Eid.
I think we'd have to move that. So I move that it be tabled to
Okay,
another date.
okay.
Do you have a
So-
date in mind?
Not at this time, Commissioner Eid, but we'll make sure we provide ample notice.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of tabling this motion to a later date, raise your hand and say aye.
I'm sorry.
Oh, discussion, sorry.
Well, no, I actually didn't make the motion. I just said that there needs to be a motion to do that.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to make that motion, but if somebody else would, that would be good.
I'll make the motion.
Motion made. Second,
Second,
okay, I heard Commissioner Lang second it. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
I'm not opposed, but I'm going to abstain from this vote again due to conflict of interest.
Thank you, noted. Okay, so that is tabled. And we will move on to new business 6H, Commissioner Salary Review. Without objection, I will ask Director Woods to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed.
Commissioner Orton, it's 1:53. I know we're scheduled to 2, and I just want to know if we can extend to 2:30. When I'm looking at our sign interpreters and closed caption to see if that will work. So Miss Annette Bly, and I know that's not Bethany James, but I believe that's Miss Toy. Are you available to assist? Thank you. Good to see you. Miss Bly?
I can confirm that
Okay.
they're available. Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. At our last meeting, Commissioner Curry brought a proposal with regards to Commissioner Satter's review. It was tabled to this meeting, and I should say brought an idea. And so the recommendation being brought to the commission at this time is starting the week of January 15th, the commission engages in mapping for 3 full weeks. During the mapping phase, the commission received 35% of the governor's salary versus the constitutional minimum of 25% of the governor's salary. Move that the commission approves the increase commissioner salaries from approximately $746.63 a week to $1,072.21 per week for 3 weeks, starting January 15th and ending on Sunday, the February 4th. Commissioner Curry, if you want to speak to this, we can go.
I think that we should put our salaries back to the original $1,072 and leave it that way until we finish this commission.
I have a suggestion. Do you want to make a motion and then a second, and then we can have the discussion so we can try to?
Yes, if that's what it takes. Yes.
So what is your motion?
I make a motion that we change our salaries to the
And my
latter.
phone is here.
What?
Commissioner Andrade, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we up our salaries to what we had before, which is $1,072, and leave it to the remaining of the commission.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a second by Commissioner Vallette. Discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Lang.
I think everybody knows what I'm going to say. I'm against it, especially under the circumstances of why we're back to redrawing. I've also been reading a lot of public comment, and they're not happy about the idea either. So I would be opposed to it. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Lett.
Well, I very rarely agree with Commissioner Lang, but I have to agree with her in this case. We have been drawing our salary for some time and really not having a lot to do with that. So as I view it, it's kind of we've been prepaid for what we're going to have to do now. And it simply is, we need just to step up, do the maps. We don't need to poke the bear at this time. We're going to have to go back to the legislature for additional funds based upon the special masters, which aren't going to be cheap either. So I would be opposed to it at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Ede.
I certainly understand the concern that it's bad optics, and it is bad optics. You know, if we vote for this, people are going to be, people aren't going to like it. But just because it's bad optics doesn't mean that we shouldn't do what's right. This is a hard job. We are put under a lot of stress, and different commission members do a different amount of work, and that's okay. But I believe that we all, as commissioners, deserve a livable wage. I mean, we don't get a lot of perks for this job. We don't get health insurance. We don't get a 401k. We don't get a pension. And I think all of these need to be taken into consideration. Now, as I've said before, we're a diverse group of commissioners that come from different sets of circumstances. I'd like to remind the group that from the almost 10,000 folks that applied to be on this commission, only about we have 13% African American, 5% Asian, 2% other, which is what I believe I had put down, 1% two or more races, and 0.03% American Indian or Alaskan Native. Couple that with the age discrepancies on who applied for this commission. Only 12% of commissioners, about 1,000 of them, applied at ages 18 to 34. So when I think about this commission, I think about how to normalize these numbers, how to make it so that we can have a diverse set of voices, both in age, ethnicity, and life experiences. And part of that is making this job have a livable wage. So I understand it's bad optics. I don't think it's going to pass, but I'll always advocate for what I believe is right. And I think we should pass this so that commissioners can have a livable wage, because that's what I think we deserve.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss.
All the comments, I think they're all very interesting. And as all the other times that we discussed raise, I'm against it. So my recommendation is that you vote no.
Commissioner Zatella. No comment.
I actually went back and looked at our record for last year, and I actually went through and I pulled every single YouTube video so that I could get the actual amount of time that we spent in meetings during the entirety of 2023. And the total amount that I came up with was 16 hours and 47 minutes for the entire year of 2023, which worked out to approximately 11 meetings. And based on that, at the $39,825 per year we are currently earning, we were paid approximately $2,342.65 per hour for all of the work that we did last year. And we also received $3,620.45 per meeting. I think that is above and beyond a livable wage for anybody. And, we all made sacrifices to be on this commission. We all knew what the salary was going to be before we send in our applications. And, we got a bunch of money last year for doing very little work, and we're going to have to spend 2 or 3 weeks working on something this year. And that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So I am 100% opposed to increasing salaries. I think it is grossly unjust. And I'm sure the public is probably screaming that it's being characterized that $39,000 a year is not a livable wage for a part-time job.
Okay, Commissioner Callahan.
Well, first of all, I appreciate the comments everyone has said and the historical background for it, but just to move forward from my position, I didn't get any money last year. I didn't do any work last year, but I didn't get any money last year. I don't know that we should set our salary based on what somebody earned a year ago instead of the work that's being asked us to do today. We're not asking for a pay raise for a year. It's for 3 weeks. And the slide that Edward put up there showed us working from 9 until 8:30 at night. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to get paid for that.
Okay, Commissioner Kellum.
Commissioner Callahan basically said what I was going to say. I was being thoughtful of our new commissioners. I am in favor. I think I will speak for myself. I will not call the work at any stage that the commission has done a little bit of work, hardly any work. Part of the work is us listening to each other, bearing the weight of one another's comments. There's emotional stress for some of us. So whether we signed up for it or not, the salary that we're being paid for now is because we weren't doing the same amount of work. We're about to redraw these maps and we're about to do so all day long and doing so with good effort. And so our salary should be restored to reflect the work that we're going to do for the 3 weeks. And in light of the new commissioners, if the vote was to go towards this salary being put in place for the foreseeable future, I would also agree with that. I think if we were going to be worried about optics, we should be worried about our behavior in the meetings and optics and public opinion. I don't think money is where we fall apart. And I think also the reflections and some of the comments about money are reflective of our cultural and ethnic backgrounds. And so I'm always going to be in favor of equitable wages for people of color and all social economic status. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Curry.
Yes, I realize that a lot of the commissioners that are hired are either in a higher status, some are lawyers, some have their own businesses, some are married and have companionship where they work or whatever. But I'm talking as a single woman with a house to run and the things that we have to do. And the cost of living have risen ridiculously. I mean, you could buy a loaf of bread for $4, last you a couple of days. So what is the problem? If you want good work, I've stuck to this commission. I've injured myself on this commission job. I work in pain, and I expect to continue working. But I think that what we're doing, whether you call it whatever you want to call it, we don't do anything. We have to be available for whatever time you all call. If you didn't call enough last year, that's not our problem. We showed up. We show up every time the meetings start. Some of you don't need the money. I need a raise. And, I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay, I thought I saw another hand. Oh, Commissioner Lang.
I'm just going to say, I'm not going into what commissioners need or don't need. I'm not even going to attempt to understand anybody's circumstances because we're not like that. I'm looking at it from a perspective that we work for the public. It's the public that's paying our salary. So in a way, it's kind of the public is our bosses. And if they're not happy.
Well, if they're not happy, then, if they're not happy, they can get other commissioners. You will be doing this all day. But you don't see other people on any jobs changing their rate 2 and 3 times a year. That's ridiculous. You all keep changing the rate of pay. You either leave it at one thing and just leave it alone, but you've changed it 3 times, look like, since I've been working. And it doesn't make sense. What the public want us to do the mapping. If we do the mapping right, that's what they're concerned with. And I'm concerned that when you look at this, if you look at everything, we should get well, if you all don't want to vote on it, that's on you all. If you think you're doing it for nothing to keep up all this mess y'all got going on, that's on you all.
Okay, I see your hand, Commissioner Eid, but Sarah Reinhardt has her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind commissioners that per your rules of procedure, please refrain from speaking over one another and that the chair decides who has the floor. So please refrain from outbursts and speaking until the chair provides a commissioner the floor to speak. Thank you.
A reminder, Commissioner Eid.
Just an idea, is there any way to make this optional or like an opt-in type of thing? I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea, but it's just something that crossed my mind.
I have no idea. Commissioner Lett.
Okay, you can always give it back, Anthony, but I call the question and all that's before it.
Okay, so the question's been called. So the motion on the floor is to raise commissioner's salary to 35% of the governor's salary from now on until we end it. Not for the 3 weeks that the presentation was about, but going forward.
Roll call.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
To call the question, that's actually something that would need to be a motion that would require a second and a 2/3 vote in order to end discussion. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right. We have a question called.
Seconded.
Seconded. So all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Can you be more clear with this? I don't understand.
We're
Raising the
stopping
question.
discussion. We're stopping the discussion, and now then we will vote on the motion. No more discussion.
Okay.
So raise your hand and say aye if you're in favor of ending discussion.
Aye.
And any opposed, raise your hand and say aye. Okay, seeing none, the ayes prevail. And so now the motion is to raise commissioner's salary to 35% of the governor's salary from now going forward. That was moved by Commissioner Curry and it was seconded. I assume we want a roll call vote. So can we have that?
Certainly. Your chair has restated the vote, and I vote means that you are for the motion, and a no vote means that you oppose the motion. I will start with Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Steve, can you say that one more time? It didn't come through.
No.
Thank you, sir. Marcus Muldoon.
No.
Cynthia Orton.
No.
Rebecca Zatella.
No.
Janice Vallette.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
No.
Elaine Andrade.
Abstain, lack of information.
Donna Callahan.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
Yes, of course.
Anthony Eid.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Excuse me, with a no vote, 7 no votes to 5 yes votes and 1 abstention, the motion does not carry.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, next on our agenda, new business I, Executive Director contract modification. Without objection, I will facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, Director Woods, could you put up a slide? Okay, so last meeting, we voted to return executive director to full-time status effective January 1st. But in speaking with him, in preparation for the AG case starting in October, up until now, he has frequently worked more than his 30 hours that we allow him for his cap. And so we wanted to recommend that we retroactively increase him back to full-time farther than January 1st, back to the week of December 1st, which starts on November 27th. So are there any questions? I suppose we should do a motion and then discuss. Okay, so I will move that we reinstate Director Wood's salary to full-time. It's not a raise, it's not a pay increase, it's just putting him back to full-time retroactively to November 7th or November 27th, 2023. Do I have a second on that? And then we can discuss.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lett, I heard. Okay, so discussion or debate. I see Commissioner Lang.
Okay, I guess I have a couple questions. My first question is, did you say that this was well, I'm reading right in front of me that it was in preparation for the Aggie case. The Aggie case was tried October 1st. So I'm a little confused why we're going retrospective back to December 1st. And then the second kind of issue I have is the last meeting, when I went back and reviewed it, your emergency meeting, you already voted to put it to January 1st. And quite honestly, I feel like every other month we are taking up the executive director's contract. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It just seems like this is beginning to become a recurring thing. So I think we need to do something so it's not a recurring thing. And those are just my thoughts on it.
Okay, so I'll address that and then we can go to the other hands. Yes, so he did start working more hours than he was allowed earlier than November 27th. But in speaking with him, first of all, let me say last meeting, when we said retroactive to January 1st, I had not spoken with him. I don't think anyone had spoken with him about it. But after that, after speaking with him, it seemed that this would be a good compromise. He didn't want to go retroactive all the way back to the beginning of the quarter. So this was just kind of a compromise. But yes, if we want to pay him for all of his hours, we would be going back further than this. So does that answer the question? So I think someone had their hand up before Commissioner Weiss, but I don't see the hand up now, so.
I did, but I put it down.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Weiss.
Well, I like Miss Commissioner Lang's idea. So my thought is, why don't we just put Edward back to his full-time salary and leave it that way until this is settled up? If we happen to win the appeal, then maybe we could go back down. But I think maybe we should just leave his salary where it is, full-time, because I know he does a lot of work behind the scenes that most of us probably don't know that he does. Thank you.
Commissioner Curry.
I agree. I think that it's a whole lot that Edward is doing that we don't know about, and he's doing a great job. And the only problem I have is the way you all, and the way we all, rather, I'll put it like that, keep changing everybody's salary. You know, what job do you all know? I didn't take this job because I was, you know, just wanted to just be doing something. I took the job because I needed the money. I wanted the money. You know, I felt like I could do a great job and be at the, you know, well, what we're talking about is Edward. I think he deserved his raise. I don't think we need to keep switching everything. I've never seen a job that switched people's pay 2 and 3 times a year. How come you all just keep everything like this? He should always have a good pay because he's doing the job of 2 people. And I go along with his pay.
Okay, Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, just to address Commissioner Waste, there's no sunset on this, Richard. So this action will put him to full-time basis until such time in the future as we might want to revisit it. So there's no modification in the future. And having said that, I call a question.
Don't call the question, then we have to vote on that. Okay, the question has been called. Is there a second? I will second it. So, all in favor of, oh,
Before you second it, Madam Chair, I just think we need to address.
There's no debate on the call the question. There's no debate.
no debate on call the question.
Oh my God, my hand was up first, whatever.
I'm sorry, I did
Oh.
not see your hand. Okay, we're gonna vote on calling the question. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
What are we saying aye to?
That we want to stop discussion and vote.
Aye.
So I'll start again. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
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 Okay, so I count 4 nays.
Can the nays raise their hand one more time and keep them raised for a moment? Janice, were you a nay? Okay.
Are you helping Sarah? Or am I counting?
Took my hand down.
Not hearing Sarah, I'm going to say I see 5 nays.
Sorry, I was muted. I had background noise. Yes, that's correct. 5 nays.
Okay, so the yeses prevail and we will vote. So the motion is to restore executive director's salary, full-time
I-
staff. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. So a 2/3 vote is required to
Oh, okay.
end discussion, which would have required 9 yes votes. And I believe there were
sorry.
only 8. So the motion would have failed, actually.
Okay, it failed. All right, so I assume Commissioner Wagner has something to say. I don't see you.
I actually did. I would like to see it amended and let's get him an assistant instead of going retroactive. I mean, I understand he's had a lot to do and I get going back to October. But I would also like to see him with an assistant because he will be overwhelmed. Not that I don't have all the faith in you, Edward, but I think we need to address that.
There is a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Point of clarification. What exactly is the motion again, as you're presenting it?
The motion is to restore Director Woods to full-time status at his original salary back to retroactive to November 27th, as opposed to just retroactive to January 1st.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the motion that Commissioner Wagner just made.
You're muted.
You're putting me on the spot, Rhonda, and doggone it, that flew right out of my head. Oh, about getting him an assistant. I think he needs an assistant. So I would like to see that taken up if we're gonna give him a salary, because who knows? I would like to see him get an assistant as well.
Commissioner Lang?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused about what the original motion was, because when I heard Commissioner Wagner talking, it sounded like not going retroactive on the salary, but having him full-time with an assistant going forward. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what the amended motion was.
I believe that was my motion last week.
That's what I understand is that she's saying, yes, not go retroactive to full-time, but give him an assistant.
Thank you.
I'll just say, in speaking with Director Woods, he will need an assistant just during this 3 weeks while we are, or probably just during this 3 weeks while we're really busy mapping and setting up places and hotels and all that stuff. But that doesn't really address the idea of paying him for full-time work retroactively to November 27th. But we don't have a second yet on that amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have an amended motion. More discussion?
Point of order.
Yes, please help.
This isn't going to help, but I'm going to say it anyway. The amendment changes the entire original motion, which deals only with Edward's salary and retroactivity. It doesn't deal with an assistant. I'm all for an assistant, but you got to do it in a proper way, which would be to come back with another motion once Edwards is passed. So that's my point of order.
Thank you. That does make a lot of sense. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Wagner if she will take back.
I know I'm gonna say I'm gonna be voted down, but I won't take it back.
Okay, then I don't know how that works.
You on a point of order, you determine whether or not
Okay.
the point of order is correct. You make a ruling on it.
Okay, I'm going to rule that point of order is correct. They are two separate things, and so we will address them separately. So, Commissioner E, do you have discussion on this matter?
I was gonna say the same thing. I agree that we should get an assistant. We should probably hire a whole bunch more people, like perhaps a parliamentarian, perhaps a few more roles, but I do think it's separate. So now that everyone's had their say, now I'd like to call the question.
Can you just, instead of that, can you just make a motion? Or I guess the motion.
We already have one.
Okay, fine.
We have
Question
one.
has been called. Is it seconded?
Second.
Seconded. All in favor of
Roll
stopping
call.
discussion,
Oh, ending discussion. My
ending
apologies.
discussion, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed to ending discussion, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail. We have ended discussion, and now we are back to the main motion, which is to return executive director to full-time status effective November 27th, 2023. I assume, I don't know if the call to question was just for the amendment or for this as well.
No, I understood it be to call the question is on the main motion. You already made a
Okay.
ruling on the amendment, so we're on the
Okay.
main.
Okay,
That's correct.
so a vote on the main motion.
Roll call.
We should do a roll call vote.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The motion is to reinstate Executive Director's salary back to full-time status, hours and pay retroactive effective November 23rd. 27th. Why did I write 27th, 2023? A yes vote means that you're in favor of the motion, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of the motion. I will begin with Steve Lett.
Well, thank you, Yvonne. I appreciate you beginning with me. I vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Marcus Muldoon,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony E.,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
with a vote of 11 yes to 2 no, the vote carries. It's approved. Motion approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, a point
Yes.
of personal privilege.
Yes.
I would note that I believe we're at the order of the day of 2:30. It's now 2:27. I would think a proper procedure would be to move the items that we haven't got to the next meeting.
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
have a
Go ahead.
reprieve to 2:45. And if Commissioner Lett is amenable, I do need to give my report as a result of some of the court action so that the commission is aware. But the interpreter said they could stay till 2:45. So if we can postpone, the financial reports are public, they're there. The minutes are public, they're there. But if I can able to just do a partial report, that would be very helpful. Because the commission needs to be aware of some of our costs as we go into mapping, as well as the court order in terms of the requirements.
Okay, Commissioner Lett, are you okay with that?
I'm just pointing out where we're at. That's a explanation. We can keep
Thank you.
going.
Okay.
I'll be here to midnight.
Okay. I see two hands. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a motion to get Edward an assistant because we're gonna start mapping next week and I wouldn't want to wait till next week to vote on that. So if everyone is okay and I can get a second for that, can we vote on that quickly?
Second.
Commissioner Zatella, that's part of my presentation if you guys let me do it.
Okay, that's fine. I'll hold on the motion then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Ede, quickly.
Quickly, I'd like to motion to table items new business J, K, L, which are the financial reports and the 2 approval of the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to table remaining things except for what
The executive director.
Dr. Woods needs to tell us. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded. All in favor of tabling those, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and those are tabled. So we will then move to Director Woods.
Commissioner Zatella's hand is up. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
it is. Oh, okay. Commissioner Zatella, do you still have something?
No, I just didn't take it down yet. Sorry.
So
Okay, are you able to see my screen, everyone?
yes.
Temporary assistance. I've reached out to Kristen Taylor. She worked with us before with some of our events to check her availability to assist. And also in looking at the court order, we also have, after we provide a vote on a map or maps, the court order is requiring us to have a public hearing on whatever we vote for by February 2nd. And so in addition to what we've talked about, there'll be another meeting, and that meeting is required to be in Detroit. And so Kristen has the skill set with regards to helping out administratively, event planning. She worked with us before. She has interacted with most of you, and she is available. So that is one person that I'm looking at that I think would be favorable that could work. Audio visual, as you know, we're required during the session with regards to live streaming our meetings and assistance. Chase Creative is available during that time. Based upon you voting the meeting calendar, their proposal will change because we're in if we'll be at Huntington Place Monday and Tuesday instead of going back and forth, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we will be at Cadillac Place. So we're going to need to engage them. And talking with Kim Brace in terms of the mapping portal and the updates, I just want you to be aware that's going to be a $50,000 charge to get that up and going. With regards to that, I want to thank the Department of State, who's working with Sarah Reinhart and her team, that the graphic artist and registration, as you know, at the public hearings, when we have our meetings, people have to register, provide comments. MDOS is willing to take that on. And then if we have flyers, they're willing to assist us with flyers as well. So we're looking at that piece. And then one of the things that came up in the lessons learned was a public comment analysis, and did not know whether or not the commission would be interested. And with regards to that, to looking at the public comment data and analyzing it so that you can have it to make a decision as it relates to mapping. So at the last meeting, you guys asked me to come back with a staffing plan. And so this is the plan that I want to throw out to the commission. The public comment analysis is just something more of a discussion, because if you do not want it and you just want to look at what's available, that's fine. But if we do want someone to come in and take a look at the analysis that the commission is getting, that is something that we would need to move on post haste.
Okay, I have a question. Can you describe the public comment analysis a little bit
It would
more?
speak to like districts in terms of what the public is saying. So instead of trying to have to remember how many people said this about District 1 and so map, or what did they say about another map? That way, instead of trying to remember what the 30,000 public comments you've shared before, it could be summarized and categorized as it relates to the maps that are drawn.
Okay. Does Commissioner Eid?
Why don't we just open up the portal that already exists on the website that people have used already for this whole time?
It will be open up. I'm just just throwing it out there for discussion, Commissioner Eid. But yes, that's part of, to open up the portal, it's $50,000. I just want to be open and transparent, because, you know, these are costs that we will have to incur. But also at the same time, if you remember, we had the public comment portal, we had the public mapping, we had the public comment portal, we had the mapping portal, we had emails, we had snail mail. That's the value that came into the commission. And so what is the best way for the commission to look at this information? And so one of our lessons learned that came about was talking about possibly having someone doing this type of analysis. So this is optional. This is not something I'm saying I need, but something I am referencing based upon the commission's lessons learned report.
Okay. Commissioner Wagner.
Just, this doesn't pertain to that, but Edward, if you could email me later, if we could figure out if we can open up that comment portal for the public again, because I noticed it had been shut down. Sorry.
Talking about the public comment portal?
Yes, sir.
Good. I think Ms. Reinhart can speak to that. I don't want to take away her thunder.
Sure. Thank you, commissioners. As you may recall, the public comment portal was created for the commission by MGGG through the Secretary of State office's work with with MGGG. So it was the Department of State that procured that public comment portal. The public comment, the map submission system that Edward is speaking to, or excuse me, Executive Director Woods is speaking to, I believe is like the EDS mapping software portal. Is that accurate? So if you think back, there were actually two ways that members of the public could submit maps. One using software similar to what you all are using, but an online version of that, and one through the MGGG public comment portal, which was the one with all the little colorful squares that contain comments. So we are in the process of talking with MGGG about the. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question?
No, I don't know where that came from.
Oh, okay. Our office is in conversations with Moonduchin and MGGG about the possibility of having that reopened. We don't have a firm conclusion to that at this point, but we're hopeful that we will be able to come up with a solution to receive public comment for the commission, whether it's through a reopening of the public comment portal or through another means. So more information to follow on that in the near future.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang.
Just want to give my 2 cents on it. When it comes to the 2 different public comment portals, I actually preferred EDSs. I found MGGs hard to go back when you're looking for something to find actually what you're looking for. And with EDS, you were able to actually, click on a little pen and it would bring it up. So just from a standpoint of using it as a commissioner, I kind of found that EDS's public comment part was a lot easier, just speaking for me.
Okay, anything else? Edward, you are muted if you're speaking to us.
I'm telling you guys I'm on mute, but obviously you can't hear me. Basically what I'm hearing from the consensus amongst the commissioners is just to utilize the existing mapping portal, public comment portal, the correspondence that we receive, and then making a decision based on that, and not doing the public comment analysis. And that's fine. We gotta move. So during the course of this meeting, calls are coming in because we want to make sure we have everything in place, and now we can go for the hotels and everything else. So I will remove that aspect. And if there's any other questions, I can take them at this time.
Okay.
Otherwise, I need to go to the next slide before we get to 245.
Okay. Commissioner Ede, I see your hand, but I'm going to ask Commissioner Andrada first.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to the analysis because as I had mentioned before to Executive Director Wood, I tried to open the Excel spreadsheet on my computer and it just churned and churned and churned, and I didn't get it. For us, the new commissioners, we're going to have to go back through 30,000 comments. It would be very helpful to consolidate those comments in a way that we could readily access them.
It's understandable. I will say 30,000 comments for the entire state. So not all of them apply to the areas we'll be working on. And there should be some way for us to be able to help consolidate those for you. Commissioner Ede.
I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a moment.
Okay.
I yield. I'm good.
Okay, we have 5 minutes before we have a hard stop, I believe. So Commissioner Callahan, quickly.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to what you just said, based on what Commissioner Andrade said as well. You said there should be some way to consolidate and analyze that for us. Are you volunteering to do that? Who's going to do that?
Well, we had the public comments kind of by area. And so we were all given sheets, a binder full of those by area. I'm sure we can get that for you. I could personally give you mine, or, we can get copies and get that made to you, I'm sure. I'm sure Edward is working on how to get that information to you. But we will also be receiving new comments that we will need to pay attention to. Okay, we have 4 minutes left. You have something, Commissioner Eid?
Well, yeah, so Edward, what motion do you need? What are you recommending?
Well, I mean, I think if everyone's okay with opening that back up, I think we need to come back and talk about the public comment analysis. I don't think there's consensus totally there. But as long as everyone's comfortable with the administrative assistance, temporary assistance, the audio visual contract that we're working on, the mapping portal. And obviously I'm working with Huntington Place, but it could be another location. You know, that's the preferred spot, but until the contract is signed, it's not there. But we want to also, you know, get that done so we can get this information out to the public.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Weiss, I see. Okay, all in favor of providing those things available to Director Woods, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail and the motion passes. Commissioner Lett. You're muted.
Hot off the press, the motion to stay has been docketed with the Supreme Court. The emergency application was submitted to Justice Kavanaugh, for those who care, and he has requested a response from plaintiffs by 4 p.m. on Wednesday, January 17th, 2004. So it's moving forward. You'll get that in the mail.
Thank you for the update. So seeing that we are
I
2
got
minutes.
this one last thing. I just want to make
Go
sure the
ahead.
commission understands.
Yes.
Due to the pending litigation, the MICRC will need to request additional funding from the Michigan legislature. The recent court order from United States District Court, Western District of Michigan, Southern Division requires the commission to cover the costs and expenses of the reviewing special master and the mapping special master and their respective teams, subject to court's approval. In addition, the commission's budget did not consider in-person meetings and increased costs for pending litigation. And I would like to make a motion that we ask for an appropriation that is equal to our fiscal 24 promotion budget. And that total amount would be, just so everyone's clear, $3,331,200. The reason for that motion is within 2 months, we have spent over $1 million, which is a third of our budget already.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motioned and seconded. Do we have, okay, all in favor of that motion, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the ayes prevail and that motion passes, and we now must adjourn.
Well,
So,
they're saying, I got to know if they can stay, but can we just check to see if MDOS has anything? I
Okay.
really want to thank our partnership. You know, Mike Brady's here, Megan Shar's here, obviously Sarah Reinhardt, and as well as Yvonne Young. So if there's any MDOS updates.
okay, are there any MDOS updates, Sarah?
I do not have any updates. Hold on just a second. Yes, no updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fink, I see your hand.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that the commission did not infer anything of significance from the stay application being submitted to Justice Kavanaugh. He is responsible for this circuit, so he would get any stay application in this circuit would be assigned to him. So we don't need to read anything of significance into that. That's all.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So, Edward, I assume you
I'm
said we
done.
have more time, but okay.
I'm done. Thank you again
Okay.
for your support. Greatly appreciate it.
I
Okay.
move we adjourn.
Can I make a quick announcement? Super quick. Is that okay? Chair, super quick.
You stuck at my
Second.
motion.
He said if you second his motion.
I'll second it after. Quick announcement, it's okay if we have a little bit of fun here every once in a while. I've been waiting my whole life for the Lions to get a home playoff win, And this week is the week. Say, go Lions, Coach Campbell, you're the man. Let's get this one, and then let's go into Dallas and beat Edwards' team and make up for that no call a few weeks ago. And Commissioner Lett, I second your motion.
Well, I'll say go blue, and that covers Michigan and the Lions, mostly the Lions, little bit Michigan.
Okay. So we have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. We are adjourned at 2:46 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your help.